Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sebelumnya perkenalkan nama saya Korniati, sering dipanggil Nia. Saya perwakilan dari kampus IAIN Curup.
Dari fakultas apa nih, Kak?
Saya dari Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam.
Oh iya.
Kalau untuk prodi saya perbankan syariah.
Oke, gimana nih persiapan untuk presentasinya nanti? Udah latihan kah? Udah mateng kah? Udah siap kah gitu? Coba bisa dijelasin dulu.
Kalau untuk mengenai presentasinya, mungkin insya Allah siap kami.
Masya Allah. Kalau boleh tahu tentang apa, Kak, papernya?
Kalau untuk judulnya itu persepsi dosen IAIN Curup mengenai dampak era layanan terhadap Bank Syariah Indonesia dan Bank Rakyat Bank Rakyat Indonesia.
Oke, cukup menarik ya, Masya Allah. Terima kasih, Kak.
Ya, sama-sama.
Kita sudah dari universitas yang mungkin sekarang mungkin yang dari kita ya. Oke, mungkin mana
Siapa nih yang dari Universitas
yang ikut
Raden Fatah? Internasional. Mungkin Kak Dea? Kak Dea ikut? Enggak, oke. Siapa ya yang ikut ya?
yang mana, Bu? Oh, itu baju apa, Bu?
Oke, kita mau sapa Kak Yapan dulu nih dari Universitas Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang. Mana? Boleh Kak Yapan buat perkenalan diri terlebih dahulu, terus menjelaskan tentang persiapannya presentasi hari ini, boleh?
Berdiri.
Iya, dipersilakan untuk berdiri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome, nama saya Bang Samudra, saya dari jurusan Perbankan Syariah. Eh, untuk persiapan saya presentasi pada hari ini, saya sudah mempersiapkan cukup matang.
Masya Allah.
Soal judul saya,
Iya, apa judulnya?
judul paper saya itu tentang Islamic Banking as Catalyst for Green Financing in Achieving SDGs.
Oke, Masya Allah. Sangat menarik ya. Teman-teman,
Kita doakan semoga perwakilan dari orang Palembang bisa mendapatkan yang masing-masing dari artis lain, semoga lancar dan semoga mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik pada hari ini.
amin ya rabbal alamin. Karena
Ya, udah saya.
Kenapa
Mami cari nganti background.
itu orang-orang biasa ya kan? Orang
ya pasti. Gitu.
karya yang saya
Oke. Terima kasih kesempatan.
Acara kita pada pagi ini tentunya tidak akan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses tanpa adanya dukungan dari para sponsor. Dan kita mengucapkan terima kasih pada sponsor yang telah saya alasan bagaimana orang secara berhubungan dan semakin mitra development. Oke, kita mulai sponsor kita pada untuk cara kita pada pagi hari ini kita tanpa ada waktu kita.
Dia panas. Gitu.
Lagi.
Ya,
Profil tadi. Selatan yang ini lebih selatan.
Kelompok.
Kesempatan kita mungkin karena tadi hal teman saat mereka kita saksikan saksikan kami mendapat laporan kan cerita di provinsi Sumatera Selatan ketika berantara yang merupakan ikon dari kota Palembang. Sungai Sehana Lambung, salah satu ikon wisata dari di kota Palembang. Al-Quran Al-Akbar, kita ada korban yang terbesar dan terberat di dunia.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Palembang, lembaga yang berkomitmen untuk mencetak pemimpin di bidang ekonomi syariah.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam dilengkapi dengan ruang kelas yang modern dan standar internasional, mendukung proses pendidikan interaktif antara dosen dan mahasiswa. Ini tadi. Sangat sudah.
Dalam kampus, kami memiliki bank nilai yang berfungsi sebagai praktek bagi mahasiswa untuk memahami transaksi keuangan secara langsung dan menerapkan prinsip-prinsip syariah.
Fakultas Servis memberikan dukungan penuh pada mahasiswa yang dari konsultasi akademis hingga pengembangan karir, memastikan setiap mahasiswa mendapatkan pengalaman.
Fasilitas GPNP, kami juga berperan penting dalam mendukung kegiatan akademis dan non-akademis, memberikan ruang untuk diskusi dan juga kolaborasi.
Kami berjalan pengetahuan tentang investasi dan pasar keuangan. Kami memiliki pasar modal yang lengkap, dilengkapi dengan teknologi terbaru untuk simulasi produk.
Dari penelitian hingga seminar, mahasiswa kami terlibat aktif dalam berbagai kegiatan yang mengasah keterampilan dan memperluas wawasan.
Oke, sekian.
Sekian dari program Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang. Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Ya, masuk. Oke. Kita lihat video ini di program ini. Sponsor bas. Konten berganti contoh. Dari nanti. Iya, kan belum mulai juga kan? Iya, kita coba kan. Sudah. Langsung disebutin. Brillianting. Iya. Oke, mari kita saksikan video dari sponsor Brillianting Center. Berita yang baru. Iya,
Ini oke, ya, Pak. Orang mana yang sponsorship dari Brilliant Think. Brilliant Think. Brilliant. Pemikiran yang brilian. Yang brilliant Think Center. Iya kan?
Ya, berpusat di mana sih? Satu siang itu menjadi kebetulan lainnya miskin tinggal kita sebelum cuman kebetulan yang ini menjadi perusahaan kita pengiriman paket besar di Sumatera demikian besar kemudian sedikit itu sudah yuk jual ekspor dan ekspedisi lagi kecil saya berjasa perusahaan ini dengan perusahaan konvensional perjalanan dari tidak kalau kita sesuatu tidak perusahaan pasar dengan mengembang tim dan manfaat yang berkesinambungan bisa by spreading your and sustaining the benefits. Misalnya, untuk nanti kita makin satu industri yang terlucu. Kemudian dari solusi terjadi bagi masyarakat bagaimana menanamkan dan berfungsi secara kesediaan. Kenapa saya berhasil mengadopsi untuk memiliki suasana dalam bekerja dan memiliki keseluruhan itu tidak melakukan kemudian belajar. Ya, saya itu ada di dokter di beberapa market. Somehow, I'm very sure. Like, Saudara pastikan bagaimana hidup ini sebenarnya sebagai If para so in so second place to so so in okay yes so
Jadi bagaimana masyarakat jadi kami menjaga informasi kepada intervensi segala Oke, mungkin cukup sekian dari kami. Terima kasih atas segala perhatian. Kami akhiri. Wah. Selanjutnya kami serahkan kepada MC kita pada hari ini, Ibu Rizky Dwi Amrina, MPD. Kepadanya dipersilahkan.
Seolah-olah semua cara bisnis besar ini yang disampaikan, sudah sekali semua produksi bisnis, inovasi, sistem kerjanya berbeda, dan lain sebagainya. Sebelum bertulis, supaya ini bagi bisa produksi sehingga dari berlian tulisan APP berluang tidak cukup. Jadi sekarang perusahaan yang bergerak di bidang FMCG, fast moving consumer good, FMCG, FMCG akan boleh yang dijual right dan mulai dari relatif selek. Biasanya ini harus menjadi kenapa konsumen yang tinggi. Tidak mudah kosong. Saya bisa mempunyai orang yaitu yang optimal. Yang kedua, sebenarnya
Wukiwit sendiri merupakan produk susu bubuk nomor 1 di Indonesia yang terbuat dari kambing etawa dan ekstrak bahan-bahan alami. Wukiwit adalah solusi penambah nafsu makan, penambah berat badan. Wukiwit merupakan brand susu yang terjual sangat masif di seluruh
untuk melakukan kalau dari Indonesia dan tembus secara online. Sesuatu berusaha dari mengapa asli dan ekstrak dengan bahan
JR adalah solusi tumbuh kembang untuk anak, penambah nafsu makan, gizi yang baik. Sohani JR juga kini terjual secara online dengan penjualan 4.000 pieces per hari. Dan BTC ini punya 2 kantor dan 3 gudang. Kantornya berpusat di Palembang. Satu kantor itu di KM5, kemudian kantor yang lainnya ada di Skip. 3 gudang, kita satunya di Palembang, di Pekalongan, dan di Tangerang. Dan BTC ini menjadi perusahaan dengan pengiriman paket terbesar di Sumatera bagian selatan. Kemitraan pengiriman kita itu ada JNT, JNE, SPX, SAP, dan ekspedisi lainnya. Ketika kita bicara BTC, perusahaan kita itu beda dengan perusahaan konvensional pada umumnya. Bedanya, yang paling menonjol itu adalah di budayanya kita. Visinya kita adalah menjadi perusahaan yang memimpin pasar dengan menebar cinta dan manfaat yang berkesinambungan. Become a market leading company by spreading love and sustainable benefits. Misi yang pertama, menjadi market leader di setiap industri yang terlibat. Kemudian yang kedua, menjadi solusi terbaik dari problem market. Dan yang ketiga, menebar manfaat pada lingkungan secara berkesinambungan. Teman-teman bisa follow BTC di Instagram untuk melihat suasana dalam bekerja dan lihat keseruan kita ketika melakukan daily activity ketika bekerja. Nah, di BTC
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the agenda is about to begin. Please be seated and kindly follow the fence line on the chair. Thank you. Welcome to Rector of UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, Profesor Dr. Nyayu Hadijah MSI. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All praises belong to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Creator, the Sustainer, the Fountain of Mercy and Compassion, and the Forgiver of sins and just and retribution. Salawat and salam delivered to Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his servant and messenger, the servant prophet and the perfect example and guidance for humanity. On this Hebrew Andina and on behalf of the committee, it's an honor to talk to you all here today as we come together to explore the significant topics and foster collaboration in the field of Islamic economics and business. Welcome to the second International Conference on Islamic Social Finance, state by the Faculty of Islamic and Business, Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah, Palembang. With the theme The Strategic Global Economic Transformation through Inclusive Islamic Social Finance, paving the path for an equitable and sustainable future. The Honorable Director of UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, Professor Dr. Nyayu Hadijah MSI. The Honorable, the Vice Rectors of UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business, Dr. Hemi Junaidi, MA, CRA, CRP, CWC. The Honorable, the Vice Deans of Faculty of Islamic and Business, the Honorable, the Chairman of today's seminar, Dr. Chandra Zaki Maulana, MM. The Honorable, the Deans and Vice Deans in UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. The Honorable, the Head's Office in UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. His Excellencies, Professor Dr. Syed Muhammad Hairun Al-Janet from National University of Singapore. Dr. Mawar Abraham Mas'ud from University of Zawiya Litu. Christian Wibisono, PhD candidate from University of Hungary. Professor Maya Panorama, SEMSI PhD from Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang. And Dr. Muhammad Rusdi, MSc CWC from Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang. Also, we welcome all distinguished guests, presenters, participants of the second International Conference on Islamic Social Finance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, to start the opening ceremony today, let's say basmalah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the traditional dance from South Sumatra, Panday dance performed by the students of Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business. Let's enjoy. programs from the students or Faculty of Islamic Business. To make agenda, let us take a moment to reflect and invite blessing upon this evening. We will invite the recitation of Holy Quran by Muhammad Sarkar. Please welcome him to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the beautiful recitation of the Holy Quran. Then, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and March Winter dan Fatah Palembang will be performed, led by Ichira Sri Gustiana SSMM. I would like to request everyone to please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you, Ibu Ichesti Gustiana, for leading us the national anthem.
Now I would like to invite our chairman, Dr. Chandra Zaki Maulana MM, as the third president of the Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business to deliver the reports. Please welcome Dr. Chandra Zaki Maulana to the podium.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang, South Sumatera, Indonesia, Profesor Nyayu Khadijah, the Honorable Dean of Faculties in Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, and esteemed colleagues, and our distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Syed Muhammad Khairuddin Al-Junaid from NUS Singapore. Welcome, Prof. Dr. Muafiq Abraham Musad from Libya via Zoom. Mr. Aristian Wibisono from University of Pax, Hungary. Professor Maya Panorama, PhD from Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang, Indonesia. And Dr. Muhammad Rusdi, also from Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang, Indonesia. I am truly honored and privileged to be standing before all of you today, esteemed individuals, to deliver my report as the chairman and representing all members of the committee of this very special event, the second International Conference on Islamic Social Finance 2024. This remarkable gathering brought together a diverse array of global experts, esteemed scholars, and dedicated practitioners who all shared a common passion and commitment to advancing the principles and practices of Islamic social finance. In total, we have received 92 papers submitted by scholars and researchers and participants from 16 different countries around the globe. From Singapore, Malaysia, India, Australia, Turkey, Thailand, and South Korea. This is beyond our expectation. Alhamdulillah. And this event is also being supported by our esteemed stakeholders. First, Brilliant Think Center from BTC, and then Yayasan Baitul Mal PLN, Rama Trimitra Development Group RTD, and Saribumi Darul Madani, a foundation in Zakat, Infak, Sedekah, and Wakaf. Thank you, our supporters. The conference served as a pivotal platform for in-depth discussions, robust exchanges of ideas, and the exploration of both the challenges and opportunities that lie within the realm of Islamic social finance. Through engaging panel discussions, thought-provoking presentations, and interactive workshops, participants of this conference will be able to delve into the intricacies of this rapidly growing field, gaining valuable insights and forging meaningful connections along the way. Another primary theme that emerged from the conference is the growing importance of Islamic social finance in addressing global socioeconomic disparities. We explored how Islamic principles of Maqasid al-Sharia, or the higher objectives of Islamic law, can be applied to create sustainable and socially responsible financial institutions. Moreover, the conference provided a platform for participants to explore innovative financial instruments and mechanisms that are compliant with Islamic principles such as zakat, wakaf, and Islamic microfinance. By delving into these intricate details and exploring practical applications, attendees gain a deeper understanding of how Islamic social finance can be leveraged to create positive social impact and foster inclusive economic growth. Other key topic was the role of technology in driving the growth of Islamic social finance. We shall be discussing the potential of fintech solutions, blockchain, and digital currencies to enhance transparency, efficiency, and accessibility in Islamic financial transactions. While the conference was filled with optimism and enthusiasm, it also highlighted the challenges that needed to be addressed, which include, first, standardization and harmonization of Islamic social finance, regulations and standards across different jurisdictions. Second, capacity building and talent development to meet the growing demand for skilled professionals in this field. And third, risk management and governance frameworks that ensure the ethical and responsible use of Islamic social finance. In conclusion, the second ICONIS 2024 will be providing valuable insights and inspiration for the future of this dynamic field, also serving as a catalyst for knowledge sharing, collaboration, and collective action in advancing the noble objectives of Islamic finance. By working together, we can harness the power of Islamic social finance to create a more just, equitable, and sustainable world. Inshallah. At last, please enjoy yourselves on this very special occasion. May the Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestow his blessings upon all our diligent efforts. We express our gratitude in advance. Thank you, and kindly request your pardon and understanding for any inadvertent errors committed by us, the committee. We also respectfully request Professor Nyai Khadijah, in her esteemed capacity as Director of Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang, to grace us with a keynote address and ceremoniously inaugurate the second International Conference on Islamic Social Finance 2024. Once again, thank you. I have izin Bu Rektor, both in English and in Bahasa. Morning sun shines bright and clear.
Cakep. Handsome.
Handsome. Bringing warmth to all we see.
Nice.
Welcome, dear guests. We hold you near. Together, let's shape Islamic prosperity.
Good.
Yang bahasa ya? Yang mana ini? Ada dua ini. Ke benteng Kuta Besar, jalan pagi.
Cakep.
Sungai Musi mengalir tenang.
Cakep.
Selamat datang tamu di hati. Mari ciptakan masa depan Islamic finance yang gemilang. Untuk panitia, ada ranting, ada kayu. We are nothing without you. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Chandra Zaki Maulana. It's now my pleasure to invite the Rector of Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang, Professor Dr. Nur Hadijah MSI, to deliver the opening remarks and to officially open this agenda. Please give a round of applause for Professor Dr. Nur Hadijah MSI.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin wabihi nasta'in ala umurid dunya waddin wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain amma ba'd. Esteemed Vice Rector, Deans and everyone from UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, distinguished keynote speakers and honored guests, respected delegates and participants from several countries. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Please let me read this. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing, which have enabled us to gather at these prestigious events. The second International Conference on Islamic Social Finance, ICONIS 2024. It is with great pride that I welcome to presenter and participants from at least 16 countries, including Singapore, Guinea, Thailand, Tunisia, Sudan, Cambodia, Malaysia, Jordan, Egypt, Turkey, Libya, Hungary, South Korea, Australia, Germany, and Indonesia. Your presence here reflects a strong spirit of international collaboration in exploring the role of Islamic social finance as a solution to the various global challenges we face today. I would like to extend a special warm welcome to Professor Dr. Khairuddin Al-Junaid from the National University of Singapore. National University of Singapore, we know that currently ranked among the top HKS World Universities and recognized as one of the top 500 most influential Muslims in the world. His presence at our campus with Raden Fatah Palembang is a significant honor for us all. May the forthcoming signing of the letter of intent serve as a pivotal moment for the optimizing of closer cooperation between our two institutions. Our aspiration is that this collaboration will yield substantial positive impact for the advancement of UIN dan Fatah Palembang, enabling us to achieve excellence in the Southeast Asian regions. I sincerely hope that this international endeavor will not merely be a one-time event, but will foster continuity and serve as a critical step toward establishing the Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business as a distinguished faculty with global standing. Let us seize this opportunity to exchange ideas, forge friendship, and build bridge among thinkers and practitioners in the field of Islamic social finance. This contribution I make today is a small step toward more significant change in the future. I encourage every participant to engage actively and innovate in their thoughts and actions, as this is essential for propelling us toward sustainable solutions. I'm confident that through this strategic collaboration, we can promote academic development, research, and knowledge exchange that will strengthen our university position on the international stage. By reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the Second International Conference on Islamic Social Finance, ICONIS 2024, is officially opened. I have several firsts. Please say cool. At ICONIST, we gather with cheer. Sharing knowledge, ideas take flight. Together, we build a future so clear. In Islamic finance, let's shine our light. The second verse. In the heart of knowledge, we gather today. With minds united, we pave the way. Exploring finance with a social embrace. Together, we strive for a brighter space. I think that's all. My speech. Thank you so much for your attentions. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Dr. Nyai Hadijah, for your insightful remarks. We are now pleased to witness a significant moment in fostering international collaboration. We have the signing of letter of intent between Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang and the National University of Singapore. I would like to invite the representative to the stage for this important ceremony. The Rector of UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, the Dean of Faculty of Islamic Economic and Business, the Head of International Affairs, and the Deans of UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, followed with the Head of Administrative of Faculty of Economics and Business. Also the Chairman of today's agenda. Also the Professor of Dr. Syed Muhammad Syahruddin Al-Junaid from National of University of Singapore. The Vice Dean, Pak Rusdi.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Dean of Faculty of Economic, and we welcome Professor Dr. Syed Muhammad Hairudin Al-Junaid from National University of Singapore to sign the letter of intent. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and give a round of applause. Mohon, ya mohon diangkat Pak Dekan. Iya, bersama-sama iya. Iya.
Photo session. One, two, three. Win sign. Win sign Bapak Ibu. Oke.
Thank you very much, Bapak.
As we move forward this event, let us take a moment to seek divine guidance. I would like to invite Dr. Ulf Amdi LCMHI for the prayer reading. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan da'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa li azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin fil awwalin. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin fil akhirin. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin fil mala'il a'la ila yaumiddin. Allahumma fil lana wa liwalidina warhamhuma kama rabbawna saghira. Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa zurriyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbi habli minas salihin, Rabbi habli minas salihin, Rabbi habli minas salihin. Allahumma antas salam wa minkas salam wa ilaika ya'udus salam. Fahayyina Rabbana bis salam wa adkhilna al jannata daras salam. Tabarakta Rabbana wa ta'alaita ya dzal jalali wal ikram. Allahumma imanan bika wa tasdiqan bi kitabika wa wafa'an bi ahdika wa ittiba'an li sunnati nabiyyika nabiyuna Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma barik hadzal majlis, Allahumma barik hadzal makan, Allahumma barik hadzal jami'atina jami'ah hukumiyah al-islamiyah Raden Patah Palembang. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadza jam'an marhuma wa tafarraqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Allahumma harik ba'dal majlis wal mu'tamar ad-dawli tsani hawla litammil al-ijtima' islamiyah Kulliyatul Iqtisad wal A'mal al-Islamiyah bi Jami'ah Raden Fatah Palembang al-Islamiyah Al-Janub As-Sumatrah al-Indonesia At-Tahawul al-Iqtisad al-Alami al-Istiraji min khilal tamwil ijtima'i al-Islami Tamhid at-tariq li mustaqbalil alim wa mustadam. Allahumma Allah ya Hanan ya Manan, jadikan acara ikonis yang 2024 ini penuh dengan berkah. Allahumma ya Allah ya Qawi ya Aziz, jadikan fakultas kami, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam UIN dan Fatah Palembang, tamayuz fil iktisadi wal a'mal bitabi islami huwa basirah wa taniyah wal alamiyah bihululi'ab. unggul dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis yang berkarakter Islami, berwawasan kebangsaan dan global pada tahun 2030. Allahumma ya Allah, ya Manan ya Wadud. Jadikan pula kampus kami tercinta, kampus UNR dan Fatah Palembang antas berjamiah data ma'ayir alamiah wa basirah wataniyah wa tabi islami menjadi universitas yang berstandar global, berwawasan kebangsaan dan berkarakter Islami. Allahumma ya Allah, pada pagi hari ini kami mengikuti sunnah Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Jadikan kami yang hadir di sini menjadi muslim yang kafah, baik sempurna dalam fikih ibadah maupun sempurna dalam fikih muamalah. Allah ya Umma ya Allah, karuniakan kami zuriat mahasiswa-mahasiswi kami ya Allah yang cinta dengan Islam, bangga dengan Islam dan tentunya membesarkan Islam. Allahumma ya Allah aslih man fi salahul muslimin wansuril Islam wansuril Islam wansuril Islam. Allahumma tim hayatana bi husnil khatimah wa la tahtim hayatana bi su'il khatimah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar wa qina adzaban nar wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Taqabbalallah minkum. Taqabbal ya Karim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Mul Amri. Heartfelt prayer.
Ini mah bisa kok. Saya juga sudah submit dan tiba-tiba bulletin batu semua.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation in this international conference. We hope you enjoy today's seminar and find it enriching. I also have pantun, Bapak Ibu. As we gather, ideas flow. Connection force, friendship dear. In this moment, we all grow. Thank you all for being here. This is the end of the opening session. I end. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, for further agenda is the International Conference panel discussion, will be led by Bapak Abdul Sahroni, MSI. We will come to the conference panel discussion. Bapak Ibu, I invite you to have a photo session with all the participants. Please be rise. Bapak Ibu, participants, be rise. Langsung ya.
as we always coach access to suggesting that the government should have
Sudah. Ini nanti jadi. Aku nunggu rektor dia yang siap. Siap.
Operator di
Sudah bisa lanjut belum ini? Bridging. Oh, maka aku tetap bridging kita mas. Kayak paling naik lagi dulu daripada kaki itu. So, dia tak bisa.
Mana tuh ya? Coy.
Dear participants, before we move to the panel discussion, please recite one more original. Dear participants, please go back to your own seat. We'll continue the agenda.
Nadanya, kalau
Kompak ya suaranya. Ayo. Rashid, stay.
Kurang, let us enjoy the performance by our talented students from the Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business, who represent an our nation. Please welcome them to the stage. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. 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 Assalamualaikum.
Bisa damai. Ya Rasulullah, cari bapak. Thank you so much for your nice attention. Hope you like it. That's all from us. Thank you. Shukran. Sheshe. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Lagi dengar-dengar ibu ini nah dari
Well, ladies and gentlemen, further Ultima is the International Conference panel discussion led by Bapak Abdullah Sahani, MSI. Let me read the short summary of Bapak Sahani. Bapak Abdullah Sahani, MSI, the lecturer of Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business, Universitas Islam Negeri Padang Fatah, Palembang. His interest research in Islamic social finance, Islamic philanthropy, Islamic macroeconomics. His latest research, the Islamic Social Finance Institution, GIAS, the Sustainable Development Goals, analysis on the Dompet Duafa program. She presented in the Third International Conference on Islamic Economics and Business, July 31st, 2024, held by the Faculty of Islamic Economic and Business, UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Without further ado, let's welcome our moderator today, Bapak Abdullah Sahrani, MSI.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Ms. Kiki. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. At the first, Mr. Chairman closed his speech by a pantun, and also our rector and his speech by the pantun, and I open our plenary session today by two pantun too. Is playing a pantun cool or second? Okay. Welcome you endpoint. In this conference, you are the star. Let's connect, share ideas, and collaborate. A picture that all can celebrate. Well, again, kind of you to see.
an international conference for you and me. With Islamic social finance, we will find our way toward the future that bright and sustainable its way. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, how do you feel this morning? Alhamdulillah. The next week, the all speaker, the second international conference on Islamic social finance, the respectively dean of faculty of Islamic economic and business, Universitas Islam Negeri Kota Palembang. So distinguished all speaker, guests, colleagues, all speaker, participant, here attending this conference. Welcome to Palembang. Palembang is a city, Musirai city, from the community. Welcome to the second international conference on Islamic social finance. This conference held by Islamic Economic and Business Universitas Islam Negeri Radun Kota Palembang. And today I'm Abdullah Saroni. I will be your moderator for today international conference plenary session. As you have seen on the screen, our term for this international conference is Strategic Global Economic Transformation to Islamic Social Finance for an equitable and sustainable future. I consider and I believe that every one of us here, because we are the scholar and also the student of Islamic economic and business, have a concern to this topic. And also, every one of us here, I think, familiar with Islamic social finance. Is that right? Betul nggak? Okay. Pay attention our attention to our speaker. They will share many insight and many knowledge about this topic. Okay, today session opened by keynote speaker reviewed by our dean, and I invite Mr. Dr. Harry Junaidi, MR, CRP, CRA, CRP, CWC, Israel. Yes, sir. Boleh duduk. Okay. Boleh berikan. Yeah. 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 Okay. Because due to the limitation of time, you have time only 15 minutes to presentation. Okay.
Just one pantun. Sendal jepit, sendal swallow. Saya supi seperti Andi Low. Iya, pantun dari from Chandra Nagosari dibungkus daun, ketemu sehari, rasa setahun. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukur la ilaha illallah, syukur anna Muhammad Rasulullah. Wassalamualaikum sayyidina Muhammad wa sallam Muhammad. Bersambung wasil amri wa hudatan lisani. Syukran lillahi bijami haula fi hadha al-yawm National Conference. Sebenarnya something berbeda Also, this is economic. All audience, honorable respectable speaker, Mr. Prof. Paving, Aljunaid, you are Aljunaid, I'm Junaidi. Okay, same. Academic, okay? My face is still here or not? Okay. And all the speakers from Latin country that you have speech before. And Chairman, Honorable Chairman, Mr. Sahroni, and all my participants in here. Today I should like speak about Islamic social finance in gender studies experience in LP3 Fika, Grand Mall Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin Member. I don't know, you have known about gender. Gender is something science that too different between women and men, women and men, because from social. Jadi gender adalah perbedaan antara laki-laki dan perempuan karena sosial. This is interesting for you all because this is how to Islamic social finance to give to with the gender studies. You know, LPTPK, this is institution for the development and guidance for health of families. The meaning is lembaga pembinaan dan pengembangan perempuan kepala keluarga. So, I speak about the gender in mompreneur or career woman. I think this. What known as the TGA, LPA, I don't know. I think have sold very long. The important thing, this institution, this is from effort research by from Women Commission in the Republic of Indonesia in 20 about the program Widow Project Janda. Yeah, Project Janda from the situation conflict. Okay. I don't know you have one. Okay, so this is interesting for you all. Now, okay, next. Background is our next. Maybe slide. Next slide. This is important. All participants, I should like to especially for our speaking about so. You know, the number of widows in Parliament based on data from BPS or from the Central Bureau of Statistics, the number of those women in Palembang, you know, Palembang, Tembok, yeah. I don't know from Palembang here, I know, but from another country, South Africa, and blah, 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 I think you don't understand what is Palembang. So, the religious women in this increase year and year. There are peningkatan janda dari tahun ke tahun. Growth, increase. The data says that 2021 there are 2,939 widows. And 2022 there are 2,903, and in 2023 there are 2,018 widows. All my participants, widows in Palembang arise due of two main issues. There are two issues. For the first, divorce. There are many families to be divorced in the family, often caused by economic reason. And the other about maybe work termination because the husband's PHK, the other, and our married without program. He say, never mind, without property, the important thing is love. Wah, kita makan cinta, secondus. Yang penting married, and this is the issues. For the first is divorce, and the second is of course pass away husbands and brothers. Widows always imagine it. Widows are mercenaries, trying often inside, and sometimes say that the widows is broke the other's home. This is the mindset, negative mindset from this all. Jadi dianggap bahwa mereka itu adalah orang yang gagal dalam membangun rumah tangga. This is example. Next. So social impact and solution. Because there are many divorce, widows must struggle to meet their needs. We are paying for their children, schooling, covering daily living. The situation is many women and to be duafa. Okay? There are many duafa, so because the divorce this. So after that, so this situation which become responsibility for both the government. So the social improvement, how to improve these widows? This our research. Oh, no, I'm not research. But Sahrani research with our friend like this. I just speaking about his channel. I think this, yeah? Okay. Yeah, you was under your village. So okay. So because this widow is important, so how to increase, how to improve? Gimana meningkatkan kaum perempuan janda ini untuk bisa berkiprah di Palembang ini? Mereka tidak hanya menjadi orang yang termarginal, mereka tidak hanya sebagai orang yang dianggap sepele. Bagaimana caranya? Like this. The government is increased, and sometimes the most of continuously. Okay. And now the Sultan Muhammad bin Badrullah, the most Masjid Agung, okay, something. Because we have now continue next. Okay, next slide. We continue because how to avoid the most. We have now the story during of the Prophet Muhammad, the Muslim, as the center of community or center of ummah activities. We have story about how to move to the educational, economic, political, social, cultural centers. The plan Rasulullah was just not only for prayer. Masjid tidak hanya sebagai tempat sholat. Mereka sudah melakukan berbagai aktivitas yang berhubungan. Loh, kok saya campur-campur? Nggak boleh ya? Indonesia. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mitch. So, for the first time, how to have LPPPK, Institution for Development, say Institution for Development and Guidance Female Head of Family, or Lembaga Pembinaan Perempuan Kepala Keluarga. Many things about that. So, the Masjid Agung make something training. There are many training to make a rule the women to do not just only in the second class like this. So there are ambassadors providing training and assistance in developing micro, small, and medium enterprise. There are so micro enterprise, small enterprise, and medium enterprise. How to the woman is in this in the business. Okay, for the whole training. So This, this have many, after practicing, after training, the women have many business. Okay, there are with social service and message small, okay, and city and employment social supervision, like Basnas, etc. This is the collaboration between Masjid Agung with the institution in to improve this program. For participants, okay, for participants, so next, after this, the older women's and have many training like training in opening savings, saving to menjahit, I think baking, to make cake because I can cook and I can nggak bisa masak, okay, cut crab and other skill. And after that, all free of charge because there are collaboration because with the institution and the social institution. That's right, exactly. Okay, after that, every Friday, the grandmas, Sultan Mabaruin, to install the widows to sell their product. The store are open free of charge. And participant, after we are training, Sultan Masjid Agung gave the space for women to sell his product. Everything of the program, merchandise and auto, mpe, laksan, etc. I think this. So especially in every Friday. Okay. And okay, the last, I think. Okay, the impact of okay, increasing income and welfare to have increased the income and welfare of the assisted widows, the grandmas, Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin Palembang, all the snack box from them, and also okay, the manager in pengurus or manager in Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin make a box. Okay. This is how to. This is my something about Islamic social finance in general. So satu saja yang kita buat saya saat melihat bahwa studi-studi gender yang terutama dalam konteks ekonomi banyak sekali. There are many something that you have studied out to research for skripsi, thesis, or disertasi. And sometimes we have known the difference between this. Adanya perbedaan ini membuat kita semakin maju dan harusnya memberikan motivasi semangat kita untuk berjuang. Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin, the collaboration with all the institutions like social, Basnas, and sort of keep how to make experience, how to increase, how to improve the widows in Palembang. I think this is for my speaking. Thank you for your all for your extension. Terima kasih semuanya. Semoga suara saya kedengaran, bahasa Inggris saya mudah dipahami, dan saya tidak ngomong pakai bahasa Arab. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. After previous presentation, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hari Junaidi, for the extended presentation. But by Mr. Hari Junaidi is very crucial because if we talk Islamic society, it's not only for say consider also how to or and it's included to the duafa. So this technique is really crucial to be as our research. Now, the question answer session at the end of the planning session. Skip the question and write down and on your note. And after the end of the presentation, have a schedule for question and answer session. Let's start. Let's take it back. It's also is also at National University of Singapore. So campus is the school director at Architects London. His master and PhD in from National University of Singapore. So his academic interest is intellectual history of connection and Southeast Asian. There's an interesting Professor Hydrogen is in senior in 20 and 24. He is listed as one of them. 100 Muslim in the world. So that was Professor Hydrogen. Okay. The presentation of the material sustainable Islamic social finance. Scale. The time and the stage are yours. Just welcome. You receive or also may in yeah. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Pertama sekali saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kerana sudi mengundang saya ke UIN Radin Patah. Saya boleh bertutur dalam bahasa Indonesia. Natakallam lughatul Arabiyyah aidan. Well, saya datang ke sini sebenarnya atas undangan teman saya Pak Rahman Bayumi, anak muda yang pada saya harus diangkat di universitas ini supaya ada barisan pelapis. Dan bila kita bercakap tentang Islamic social finance, we must also talk about the issue of sustainability. Izinkan itu dalam bahasa Inggris. I think it's easy to speak in English rather than mix English and Indonesia. The problem that we have actually in Singapore and much of the Muslim world is the problem of language. We have people who do not master the English language, the Indonesian language or the Malay language, and also the Arabic language. And that's why when they speak, they don't show that their minds are properly trained in the language that they are in. Sehingga kan dia cakap, ana hilang shoes. Ana hilang shoes. Bahasa Arab, bahasa Melayu dan bahasa Inggeris. Semuanya terbalik-balik. The command of language gives you the command of life. And if you can command a given language very, very powerfully, you can command everything in life. So I want to begin with that. And that's why my presentation today is on the mind, right? How, when we talk about Islamic social finance, we need to first talk about the kind of minds that we have in this Muslim world. You can have all programs to help duafa, to help janda, to help anybody in society. Ya, saya takkan bantu janda banyak sangat. Nanti bawa atau lain pula kan. But if the mind is not corrected, as we say in Arabic, al-ilmu qabla amal, if the ilm is not correct, then anything that we do in the Muslim world, when we talk about finance, whether we talk about sustainability, it will not become powerful. It will not grow. Seperti apa yang kita cakap dalam bahasa Melayu, tidak berbuah. And this is the problem now in the Muslim world, where we do many things, where we have many people. Indonesia alone has 280 million people, but we are amongst the weakest. We are the duafa in this world today. Okay? So I want to begin with that. This thing is not moving. How do I press this? It's on. Oh, it's not on. Okay. All right. That's not moving. See? Who's controlling the slide? Okay. So I want to begin by talking about what we mean by sustainable development. When we talk about sustainable development, especially in Islam, what do we mean by it? Second, I'm going to go through the issues that we face now in the Muslim world, keadaan dunia Islam pada zaman kita ini, dan apabila kita bercakap tentang keadaan dunia Islam, harus kita bersikap tulus. We must be jujur. We must see what's happening in the Muslim world, and we must criticize our own people before we can understand how we can construct new ways of sustainable development or Islamic finance. And then we're going to talk about the kind of minds that we need in order to develop Islamic social finance. Now, if you look at the issue of sustainable development, and I like it that Professor Harry was talking about how do we help women, the weak in society. A lot of what we see when we talk about sustainable development, this thing is not working, so just press it for me. Who's controlling the slides? Yeah. Cool. Oh, okay. But it's not moving. Okay. We are always talking about sustainable development by the United Nations. And the United Nations in their sustainable development goals have outlined around 17 issues that we need to look at in order to develop a country, a nation, a civilization that could live for as long as possible. Now, when we look at all of the things that is discussed in the United Nations, 3 things are left out. 3 perkara yang tidak dibincangkan United Nations apabila mereka menceritakan atau berwacana tentang sustainable development. Perkara pertama ialah morality. Perkara itu tidak diceritakan di dalam United Nations. Why is this thing moving when I didn't tell it to move? Can you go back to the last slide? Back. Yeah, okay. Memang I just say next, this thing is not working, so we're not going to use it. Perkara pertama yang tidak dibincangkan ialah isu morality. We don't talk about morality at all because the problem with the United Nations is that morality is not big in their minds because the current world that we're in today wants to say that religion is important, but morality is relative, right? The second thing is family life. So I like it that Professor Harry talked about the importance of family life. The United Nations do not want to delve too deeply into this because the idea of family has changed. If in the past family is a man and woman getting married and have children, now it's about a man and a man getting married and a woman getting married. The whole idea of family has changed. And of course, the United Nations do not want to talk about religion because when they talk about religion, the religion that is most influential in the world today is actually Islam. Because Islam is the fastest growing religion in the West. In America and in Europe, Islam is the fastest growing religion. Why are people embracing Islam? Not because of Muslims. Kalau orang bukan Islam, melihat cara orang Islam hidup, mereka tidak akan masuk Islam. Saya repeat, kalau orang bukan Islam, melihat bagaimana umat Islam menjalani kehidupannya, mereka tidak akan masuk Islam. Mereka masuk Islam kerana mereka memahami Islam daripada mempelajari tentang Islam. And this is the reality of our world today. Can you move to the next slide? Whoever is controlling the slide, wherever you are, just move to the next one. So then we move to the Muslim world. So as I mentioned just now, next slide. The issues that we are faced with in the Muslim world is that we are in the face of poverty. I just came back, before I came to Palembang, I went to Jombang, from Jombang to Palembang, and then later on to Tanah Abang. In Jombang alone, poverty has gone up to around 40%. These are statistics that are given by a professor in Jombang. Poverty is a big thing in Indonesia. You don't have to go far. You look at the people in the university. Kebanyakan anak-anak yang masuk ke universitas di Indonesia mengalami masalah kekurangan biaya untuk belajar. Food is a big problem in Indonesia. That's why in the Muslim world, 2 things are a big issue. Number 1 is food security. The other one is water security. Most Muslim world in the world today
with exception of the GCC countries, have clean water in their countries. Zero, right? Zero. I come from a country which is Singapore. The size of Singapore is the size of Pulau Samosir. In fact, even smaller than Pulau Samosir. But Singapore has clean water in their taps. You can open the tap in Singapore and drink the water from the tap. The water from the tap in Singapore is cleaner than the water that you drink in mineral water bottles. So why is it that a country like Singapore can produce clean water for the people, but 2 Muslims in the world cannot produce clean water in their own country? This is the problem with the Muslim world now. And of course, when we look at the Global Peace Index, and I'm going to give you all of these statistics, the peaceful countries in the world are not Muslim countries. You can find Malaysia down there, number 20. And of course, Singapore is number 7, the most peaceful country in the world. If you don't want to look Praman or bad people, go and live in Iceland, right? Because there's only 330,000 people in Iceland, and Icelanders don't kill each other, right? They live very peaceful lives. If you look at other statistics on suicide, the highest suicide rate in the world is in Sri Lanka, right? And of course, one of the countries that have the highest suicide rates in the world is actually a Muslim country or Muslim dominant country, which is Kazakhstan. Which means that suicide, membunuh diri, adalah satu masalah yang kita hadapi juga di dunia Islam. Seperti Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, all the stan. Right? Basically, all the Central Asian countries, negara yang melahirkan Imam Bukhari, Muslim, Nasai, Ibnu Majah, inilah negara-negara di mana kalau kamu tinggal di sana, kamu mungkin akan bunuh diri. Termasuk Singapura juga. Right? Singapore has a very high suicide rate. As we are speaking today, somebody in Singapore is going to kill him or herself. Right? The suicide rate is very high. So it's a very nice country to live in, clean water, but people are also dying at the same time. But this is the reality of the Muslim world, and that's why we need to talk about Islamic social finance. We need to talk about Islamic social finance, not because it is an academic subject. This is not something that professors make money from. This is not something that professors write about to get ISI and Scopus publications. This is a topic that we need because the Muslim world now is in the face of many problems. Islamic social finance provides one of the solutions, not all. So never ever look at Islamic social finance as a magic pill that can solve all of our problems. The whole purpose of Islamic social finance is to provide a formula for development and solution that can solve the problems of the people on the ground. So when we talk about Islamic social finance, we are actually talking about sadaqah, zakat, mudarabah, musyarakah, Islamic banking, and so many tools that we can use within our Islamic tradition to help other people. Sebagai orang Islam, sebenarnya Rasulullah SAW telah memberikan kami banyak solusi-solusi bagi pelbagai masalah di dalam masyarakat. Masalah kita bukan kita kurang Islamic social finance. Masalah kita ialah kita hidup di kalangan umat Islam yang tidak merasakan yang apa yang dia ada itu harus diberikan kepada orang yang kurang berada. Ini masalah kita. And that's why Islamic social finance is trying to make us be aware of the people around us, to give birth to what is called as the responsible Muslim. So my message to the young people here, because I'm already old, already 4 years old, for the young people here, you are the future of Islamic social finance. And when I say you are the future of Islamic social finance, whether you come from a poor family or whether you come from a rich family, it is your duty now to understand that the little things that you have, whether you have knowledge, whether you have money, whether you have things, it is not yours. It is something that you must share with other people. That is the principle of Islamic social finance. But don't share your wife or your husband. Ya? Boleh share barang dan sebagainya, tapi jangan Thank you. Settle this mind problem in order to make Islamic social finance effective. How many minutes do I have? 10 more minutes. Right? So what are the minds that we need now to ensure that Islamic social finance can actually adalah undang-undang. Kita tidak mengikut undang-undang. It's the problem of the mind. And that's why, as Pak Harry was mentioning just now, we have to go back to the maqasid syariah. The maqasid syariah tells Now, so that is the first. Yeah, they become more beautiful. Our problem in the Muslim world is that we do not conserve ourselves, our community, our family, environment. And that's the concern adalah kesihatan kita. And this is the big problem in the Muslim world. Orang Melayu, orang Islam, kalau kita kata di Singapura, manusia yang paling banyak penyakit di Singapura adalah orang Islam. Lebih-lebih lagi orang, kenapa? Kencing manis, darah tinggi, dan daerah-daerah yang sewaktu dengannya. Ya, kenapa? Kerana banyak makan, kurang tidur, dan tidak menjaga kesihatan dan senaman. Kenapa? Kerana tak conserve. Isap apa? Isap rokok. Yang ini saya tak nak kasih fatwa pada ni. Sila lihat Majlis Tarjih Muhammadiyah dan NU. Okay? Depending which camp you ask, most of them will say that merokok itu makruh. Ya? Kalau makruh pun mengikut mazhab Abu Hanifah, mazhab Hanafi, makruh rini. Berarti makruh yang sudah pun dekat dengan haram. Maknanya benda itu sejak tak boleh kita buat lagi, tapi pasal ada gudang garam dan sampai terpaksa kita sambungkan. Next. The next one is the humanitarian mind. Minda yang bersikap humanitarian. Berarti kalau kita mau Islamic social finance ini berjaya, kita harus ada poli kemanusiaan. Poli kemanusiaan berarti kita meninggikan walaqad karamna bani Adam, meninggikan manusia di dalam pemikiran kita. Masalah kita ialah kita tidak meninggikan manusia, kita merendahkan manusia. Banyak gerakan untuk menjaga kucing, betul tak? Kalau nak jaga kucing, wah semua keluar TikTok. Kucing sakit, kucing dilanggar sepeda, wah besar ceritanya. Front page news 7 days. Kucing dah baik, alhamdulillah. Mak sakit, tak apa-apakan. Ya, sampai masa tanam saja. Kita sudah hilang peri kemanusiaan. Sekarang kita melihat apa yang berlaku di Gaza. Dan kita rasa yang Israel adalah satu negara yang zalim. Kita lupa yang orang Islam membunuh orang Islam lebih teruk sebenarnya daripada orang bukan Islam bunuh orang Islam. Di Syria saja, di zaman 80-an, di Hama dan Homs, bapaknya Bashar Assad membunuh orang-orang Palestin lebih daripada 40,000 pada waktu itu. Di dalam satu bulan membunuh lebih daripada 50,000 manusia. Islam membunuh orang Islam. Jadi kenapa kita jadi begini? Kerana kita tiada the humanitarian mind. Siapa yang membantu orang Islam sekarang di Palestin? Kalau kita lihat, kebanyakannya ialah orang bukan Islam. Kerana walaupun mereka bukan orang Islam, tetapi mereka memberitahu mereka, kami manusia. Manusia harus membela manusia. So ini yang ketiga. Dan keempat, teruskan. Dan saya akan akhiri di sini. Ialah ini memang ada Al-Quran. Kalau kita membunuh seseorang, kita membunuh seluruh manusia. Dan yang terakhir sekali, next one. The next slide. Ialah benda yang bersifat etika. Apa itu etika? Innama bu'istu liutamma makarimal akhlak. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam wa innaka la'ala khuluqin azim. Apakah sebenarnya kehebatan Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Kehebatan Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam ialah dia mempunyai akhlak yang mulia. Akhlak yang mulia hanya akan terlahir kalau kita mempunyai etika yang benar dan betul. Isu kita sekarang ialah yang baik kadang-kadang bukan orang yang beretika. Orang yang beretika selalunya akan menjadi orang yang baik. Itu sebab orang boleh menipu walaupun dia buat perkara yang baik. Dia buat perkara yang baik. Dia beri sedekah. Tapi dia beri sedekah kerana dia tidak mahu balas cukai. Dia benda yang baik. Dia bina masjid. Tapi dia bina masjid supaya dia dapat nama. Dia buat yang baik. Dia tulis artikel-artikel tentang Islam. Tapi dia tulis artikel-artikel tentang Islam kenapa? Kerana dia nak naik pangkat. Kerana dia dapat nama. Kerana dia nak dapat pujian. Betul tak? Wah, ini betul tak? Betul tak saya cakap ini? Saya sendiri mengalami perkara-perkara ini. Kenapa kita menjadi sedemikian? Kerana kita lupa sebenarnya matlamat hidup. Apa sebenarnya matlamat hidup? Matlamat hidup ialah untuk mendapat rahmatullah. Tapi kerana kita dah lupa bahawa matlamat hidup ialah untuk mendapat keredaan Allah, maka kita boleh melakukan perkara-perkara yang tidak mengikut etika-etika yang selari dengan Islam. Hanya dengan etika yang betul, barulah Islamic Social Finance ini dengan pemikiran yang humanitarian, cara mengikut undang-undang, pemikiran yang mengikut moralitas yang benar, barulah Islamic Social Finance ini akan menjadi perkara yang boleh memanfaatkan umat Islam. Saya ingin akhiri dengan mengatakan bahawa isu yang genting dalam dunia Islam sekarang bukanlah isu kita ini tidak punya uang. Bukanlah isu kita ini tidak mempunyai resources, sumber-sumber dan sebagainya. The big issue in the Muslim world right now is the issue of the mind, the issue of the intellect, which has to be changed. And it has to be changed not in the world. It has to be changed here in Parliament. If in this room, every single boy, men, women realize that they have to make a change in the ways in which they think about Islam, in the ways in which they think about life, we can build a new Islamic social finance that can change the world. So I am telling young people out there, of change, people with the 5 minds that could then change the world. Aku qalu hadza wa astaghfirullahalazim li wa lakum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Cool. Yeah.
Okay, yes, Chair. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Henry, for outstanding presentation and insightful material. I realize that I'm shocked with the data that show Professor Henry. So once again, my highest appreciation for your presentation. Ya, kita lengkapkan materi yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Hairudin bahwa ternyata kita sebagai umat Islam itu masih banyak sekali salah kita. Ya, so again we say and thank you very much for your presentation. Okay,
This is your question to Mr. Howard. Please keep it and or just on your note, and we will open the question answer at the end of this plenary session. So, the second presenter, uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Speakers, especially second speaker. Okay. Our second speaker is, I think, Ellen. She is a professor in Annual. It's she is a professor in economic development. She is our professor in our faculty of Islamic Economic and Business, Universitas Islam Negara dan Palembang. Professor Subhara is Economic, Finance, and Banking University Utara Malaysia, and still Universitas Sriwijaya. And its interest research in economic development and Islamic entrepreneurship. So today, Professor Maya Karama a material or some a material in Islamic social partner to climate change mitigation in Indonesia. So I sorry, but I what was.
Masya-Allah. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Thank you. Terima kasih. So, I would like to ask before I start here, mau cakap apa? Mau cakap English? Mau Arabic or Komri? Because I'm from Komri. Yes. Alhamdulillah, finally I can stand up here because I have my friend here, same. Pak Rahman Bayuni asked me. But I have a little pain here. So I am one of Muslim must have consultation. So back pain. But because my back pain is because of I do sport. But maybe I forget my age here. So mungkin saya tadi dari Fahri So here is my speech today, developing Islamic social finance to support climate change mitigation in Indonesia. This is a very topic in Islamic social finance. And so I'm very happy to see you all today. Thank you for coming. I believe that two of our speaker is very motivated, but today, because of the reason of my back pain, maybe I cannot talk too smart. So I have my PowerPoint here. Next, I want to talk about the idea that we seminar will become one of special seminars when we talk about climate change. When I was degree in University Sriwijaya, I had major one topic about economic and environmental, and then economic and forestry, economic and agriculture. But now I see that economic Sharia here, we don't have this major topic. This today, climate change in my topic has become a significant global issue. And Indonesia, of course, like today, no exception. Indonesia now has always been disaster, with disaster. Rainy day, disaster, flood, water everywhere. But not water. But water everywhere. So we also the impact. Rising temperature, more frequent floods, and drought, and the most important, we always see landslides here. This events disrupt lives and damage the environment. As a country with losing natural resource, but we vulnerable in disaster. Indonesia here is must take an urgent action, I think. Indonesia to adopt eco-friendly policy. We know that we have been campus now. It's because we already feel that we need good pollution, good air condition, ya. Topik utama di debat presiden kemarin adalah mengenai polusi udara dan sangat sedihnya kita mendengarnya. So next, as the largest Muslim community in the world, Indonesia has a critical role in global problems like climate change. ISF can be an essential funding source for sustainable resource. So ISF must provide not only for economic sustainability, but also fulfilling the Islamic obligation to save the earth for future generations. With the right framework, I think ISF can mobilize significant resource for environmental projects, especially in collaboration with government, business, and international organizations. For sample, successful sample, we have a Kampung Harmony Empowerment Program here. It is community-based initiative that bring together the local stakeholder and CSR that effort to promote environmental conservation. Kampung Harmony, now only supported by CSR from PT Indoko Warna Bunga, has become a focus for sustainability practice that aim at rehabilitating the environment. So another sample for Project Climate in Indonesia that already exists is Climate Village Program, or we know as Indonesia Clean Program for Iklim, untuk iklim. It is highlight how community and the government and the private sector came together to enhance the climate resilience. So, from the words about the green economy, organization like Greenpeace World Indonesia and the Indonesia Student Climate Forum, it is world-led environment activism. So you are here can become for eco-friendly project. Another program, for example, is green funding program, such as the Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Program. It is combined with government incentive for sustainability practice. Is more recognize the potential of Islamic social finance (ISF) in contributing to climate action. We see that growing collaboration aim at aligning Islamic financial practice with sustainability goals. So, for example, in the United Nations Environment Program and the Islamic Development Bank (ISDB) already have worked together on project that combine Islamic finance with the sustainability development SDGs, especially those who related to environmental sustainability. In Indonesia, institutions like Basnas, and the other Islamic financial organization beginning to explore how ISF can be integrated to climate resilience program,
And this approach not only protect the environment, but also fulfill the Islamic obligation to care for the earth and the future generation. I would like to before sebelum ini ada Turki. For example, back here.
Back slide.
Back slide.
Back slide. Not back. Back.
Sebelumnya. Saudi Arabia. This is important because samples from another country that already has ISF and combine it with the climate change program. Maybe I will show it to business or to other community that okay. Saudi Arabia, they have a renewable energy project and ISF to support clean energy. Trying to expand its economy from oil. Yeah. So worker funds here use for renewable energy initiatives such as King Abdullah initiative. They have funds for solar power farming. Yeah, in Saudi Arabia. And in Malaysia, we know green suku. Suku, Malaysia here, pioneer the use of suku in 2007. Rising funds for project like waste management, clean energy, and the eco-friendly transport. In Indonesia, maybe we can start from zakat for eco-friendly project. So Indonesia can use zakat to fund a green project that address both environmental issue and poverty reduction. Program like zakat for green Indonesia, using funds for reforestation, land clearing, and then helping local community have impact from the disaster. You know that Indonesia always have disaster. I have paper about Indonesia under disaster. How economic Indonesia under disaster. When disaster come, APBN, ya budget for the negara kita Indonesia. Tapi kan kita tidak tahu kapan banjir itu akan ada. Ketika banjir ada, maka kita pada government. But government funding is very limited. And then United Arab Emirates, they have Masdar City. This Masdar City in UAE use ISF for sustainability urban development. So Masdar City focus on reducing carbon emission. Yeah. So in UAE. The five one is Turkey. Turkey has waste management and energy. Now, Turkey here utilizing wakaf and zakat to fund waste management project that convert waste into energy. It is interesting. So this one is national bonds and wakaf funds. Middle East and North Africa, they have national green bonds, combine Islamic and green finance to fund climate project in rural area. So if kalau petani misalnya gagal panen gitu ya, gagal panen maka dia bisa dibiayai dari wakaf National Green Bank ini. So kalau nanti Basnas want to banding, agak sayang. To Turkey, okay. It is very interesting, yeah. So, but it is have a lot of challenge when to
being in Indonesia. Okay? The first challenge is next. You can see the first challenge.
Next slide.
Next slide, please.
Sure.
Okay. Ada berapa itu challenge-nya? So, ada lady of evidence and financial literacy. Ya, ini adalah masalah di dunia berkembang. Ya. We can read, but we don't understand what we read. So there is a need to improve the capacity of local institutions such as Wakaf and Zakat management bodies. And then the cultural and religious factor can make the implementation of ISF keep inconsistent. And the second is regulatory and government, it is same. Yeah, long bureaucracy. Yeah, so the lack of transparency and standardized reporting for ISF in such time. Okay, business has transparency and standardized reporting. And then competition with conventional, of course, integration with global climate initiatives, economic and political instability. Of course, dependence and international funding and global power dynamics can affect the stability of domestic climate initiative. And the last one is data and cultural barriers. This is maybe for causes or for research. The lack of data in Indonesia is very data, of course, Islamic group finance, practice, and cultural difference across the effective policy formulation and the implementation is within has still lack of the data. Of course, we have opportunity too. Opportunity, please.
Next slide.
Next slide, okay. There is opportunity, and I think we have chance here. Finally, we have chance to enhance the Islamic social finance to climate change project, and then please, I'm coach policy recommendation. Next slide for policy to fully harness the potential of Islamic social finance in addressing climate change. I suggest the strengthen regulation for green sukuk in Indonesia. Aligned Islamic social finance with national climate goals and capacity building, reference public-private partnership, develop digital platform, encourage international collaboration. There's so much more. Finally, now for us here the conclusion, it is very important for me to encourage critical thinking here. So I think it is better that the state budget is used productively as well as companies as funds for financing environmental project like eco-friendly project. Zakat has a large capacity. I suggest that we have to redefine the egg asnaf. Yeah. So this is suitable asnaf eco-friendly project is feasibility. So you all guys from scholar that understand about how zakah, how wakaf. So please let us have a research, make an indicator about feasibility and funding for climate project. Okay, finally, I think that's all what I can share today. Alhamdulillah, I can finish it. And I think now I stand here with pain. Not increase, reduce, better. Thank you all.
I will come to discuss here. Thank you very much. And moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Maya Panorama. Okay, please give applause again for our speaker, Professor Maya Panorama. Yeah, Professor Maya Panorama talks about climate change with the sustainable development that we have seen before on the screen that Professor Hairudin show us the data about the 17 goals about sustainable development. One of the goal is about climate change. From the material of Professor Maya Panorama that we can conclude that Islamic social finance, we can link it for every aspect in sustainable development goals. Yeah. Okay. All right, everyone. Due to another agenda of Professor Hairudin, so now I provide the time for question answer, especially to Professor Hairudin. Raise your hand. Just put the passage of the side and side and the left side. Raise your hand. Okay. The first is first I invite Professor Hairudin to come on the stage. Okay, the first is Miss Anita. Okay, she's number six. Yes. Come forward. Yeah, you are. Yeah. From the side already, Miss Anita. So from the left side already. Okay, you are. Please come forward. No, I choose Miss Anita. And on the side, right side, and left side. Okay, please, Miss Anita, you have a question?
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Propshet. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Anita Tricia. I'm a lecturer here. Your presentation is very interesting, especially when you talk about how to connect things like climate change, and then that people should aware of the what is it, the cleanliness and things like that, and how it relates to religious values. So let me tell you a bit background about my research. So I'm focusing about renewable energy, and I found out the exploration of renewable energy, especially in Indonesia, because we are very rich of renewable energy. My focus subject is about geothermal energy. So I found out in the local areas that the barriers is the religious values. So local people, especially in Indonesia, we are not on that level of understanding that renewable energy is good for the earth. So people still thinking about, as long as we have the electricity for our homes, that's enough. We don't care about the source. So people think when the exploration idea of renewable energy in local area, for example, they think that it will like exploration, doing something on the ground, drilling and things like that. It might affect on the earthquake or a seismicity effect or things like that, and people feel very, very scarce. And regarding religious values, people also think when foreign people come to local area, they think that the culture from a foreign country will come to their region, and they think that like the habit of drinking alcohol and not performing a prayer because they are not Muslim, but local people do not really understand that. So it become barriers to increase the usage of renewable energy, especially in Indonesia. So how do you see about that? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, good point. The first issue is that it's not religious values that are inhibiting renewable energy. The values that you are looking at, they are not religious at all. They are all cultural values. So sometimes we confuse culture, adat,
and religion. And especially in Indonesia and also in Malaysia, sometimes also as well in Singapore, in Southeast Asia as a whole, culture has become what we see as religion. Now, in Islam, renewable energy is actually something that is emphasized, right? Where if you read a lot of the hadiths of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, where he talks about not wasting water is one of them, ensuring that you protect the lives of even animals. Why do you protect the animals? Because the animals either work for you or they help to clean your environment, actually. If you don't have birds in a given place, you know that all other insects will then become dominant in that place. You destroy the ecology. So it's not this. I think a lot of these foreign researchers, when they come here, they think that it is Islam that is affecting all of these climate change activism that they want to do. In reality, what they need to understand is that the local community has put Islam as secondary to their practices. So we need to change that. That's why I began just now by saying that if we actually go back to the Maqasid Sharia, if we actually go back to the Quran and the Sunnah, then I think we can actually move forward with this, trying to make the environment better, trying to resolve a lot of the degradation problems that we have in Southeast Asia. Who's going to do that? You guys are going to do that. It's not the professors that are going to change society. I'm telling you that because of the ISI Scopus problem. I've been attacking this ISI and Scopus thing, not because I don't publish in ISI and Scopus. I do. But the university has become a place where people chase for certain things that do not change society. So that's why young students, they must go out. You know, Greta Thunberg, the lady who's fighting for this climate change thing, she's just a young girl, but she's impacting the whole world. So young people, we must go out there, explain to people that Islam stands for environmental preservation. Islam stands for conserving human life. Then slowly and slowly, your parents' minds will change. I tell you what I do at home. At home, in my own home in Singapore, we don't throw plastic together with garbage. Right? We send it for recycle. So I train my kids. I have 6 children from 24 to 10 years old. All of them know that when they have a plastic or a tin can, throw it in the recycle thing, and then we try to save the earth in our own way, little by little. Okay.
Thank you for the answer, Professor. Okay, so the next question, please. Okay, let's introduce your name. Okay, you may deliver your question by Bahasa. It's no problem. Yeah.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Rika Saputri. Izin bertanya, Prof. Inovasi apa saja yang diperkenalkan oleh 5 pemikir ini untuk mendorong keuangan sosial yang berkelanjutan dalam Islam? Dan bagaimana pendekatan mereka dalam membantu mendorong mengatasi ketidakadilan sosial dan ekonomi di masyarakat Muslim? Sekian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, I find that you present.
All right. Okay. Wow. I think you're not listening to me just now. Okay, so while I talk about the 5 minds, Islamic social finance is an ideal. Satu perkara yang kita mahu jalani. Islamic social finance mempunyai proses-prosesnya. Tetapi ideal dan proses-prosesnya tidak boleh dikendalikan dengan cara yang baik jika benda ini tidak diubah. It's like this. If I give you a knife and your mind tells you the knife is supposed to be used to hurt people, you're going to kill people with it. Correct or not? But if I have trained you to use the knife to cut things so that you can cook it and then you can sell it, then the knife becomes a good thing. The same is it with Islamic social finance. One of the reasons why Islamic economics, Islamic banking, Islamic whatever, Islamic car, Islamic house, Islamic toilet, all of these things don't work now is because the idea is good, the implementation is bad. The idea is excellent, but the process is wrong. The idea makes sense, but the people who are running it are mostly corrupt. So what I'm trying to say, and I say this wherever I go, whether it's Malaysia, Indonesia, even if I go to America, we must first handle the crisis of the Muslim mind. This has been talked about by Abu Hamid Sulaiman before, but I'm trying to say it again now. When we sort out the way in which we think, more humanitarian way, more conservationist way, in a more law-abiding way, then Islamic social finance can become something that is implemented properly. Right? This is my point now. Now, to change minds is the hardest. Untuk merubah minda manusia adalah satu perkara yang paling susah. Sebab Rasulullah SAW, perkara pertama yang dia ubah di kalangan sahabat-sahabatnya ialah mindanya dulu. Minda apa yang mereka ada? Minda jahiliyah. Itu yang pertama. Minda jahiliyah ialah minda yang tak ikut undang-undang, yang membunuh anak perempuan. Kedua ialah minda jenayah, minda yang suka buat jenayah. Ini sebenarnya adalah minda dalam manusia. Memang lumrah manusia, kita suka buat benda yang tak baik kerana benda yang tak baik itu sedap dibuat. Itu sebab yang manis membawa kepada kencing manis. Yang pahit membawa kepada kebaikan. So, qaulul haqq walau kana murran. Katakan yang pahit walaupun katakan yang benar walaupun perkara itu pahit. So we have to say it in order for people to change their minds. Okay?
Okay, I hardly understand from Professor has the answer. Okay, the next question, please.
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Fatima Tusahara from Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business Department of Islamic Banking. I'd like to ask, what is the role of Islamic social finance in supporting the achievement of sustainable development goals, and how to increase community participation in Islamic social finance programs?
Finance.
So the first question, I'm not an expert in trying to understand the impact of Islamic social finance. I have a friend, his name is Daramur. He's an American guy who works on Islamic finance, not Islamic social finance, Islamic finance as a whole. And in his book, the title of the book is Beyond Debt, Experiments in Islamic Finance in Malaysia. And he shows in the book that Islamic finance, since it was formulated in the 1970s, have achieved a lot of things. It has helped a lot of development in Muslim countries, especially in African countries, and also in Indonesia. A lot of the development in Indonesia is based on Islamic finance projects, especially supported by IDB. So the impact is there. But a lot of studies of Islamic finance also show about leakages, monies that are sent to Muslim countries, but the money do not go to the projects. The money goes to the pockets of rich people. And this is one of the failures also of Islamic finance, of any finance, but worse for Islamic finance because Muslims already don't have so much money, they are losing so much money, right? So that's the big issue. Now, about community participation, again, there's a lot of community participation now. You don't have to go far, just go to social media. Young people are going out there doing things. The only problem that we have in Southeast Asia is coordination. People are doing a lot of things. Young people going to the beaches and cleaning the beaches. We don't have proper coordination of these projects. That's number one. Number two is that we don't have proper priority. If you ask me, if I become the president of Indonesia, which will never happen, because I'm not a general in the army, I'm the president of Indonesia or the prime minister of Malaysia, the first thing I will tell my people is to keep your country clean. Why? An-nadhatu minal iman. That's the first thing. And this is what I want to see first here in Palembang. If you want to talk about community involvement, clean your campus. Make your campus a beautiful campus. Because why? If you go to Alhambra, Al-Qarawiyyin, all of these great universities in the past, they were powerful because they were Jamal. They were beautiful. So we need to do that first. That's the first priority, because if things are not clean, anything you do will not become better. So Rasulullah SAW, his first emphasis is be clean, keep clean, and always live a clean life. Cleanliness is the hardest thing to achieve. Is it correct? How do we know this? Orang Indonesia juga jaga saya, ajar pada saya. Bila saya jadi visiting professor di Yogyakarta, orang Yogyakarta beritahu saya, Bapak Khairuddin, kalau Bapak Khairuddin mau tahu masjid, ikut baunya. Ikut baunya. Kalau baunya sangat busuk, itu masjid. Ini orang Jogja yang ajar saya. Right? When you hear this, kita rasa sedih. The mosque is the most smelliest place. But wa annal masajida lillahi fala tad'u ma'allahi ahada. Surah Jin. Allah tekankan balik, masjid adalah tempat untuk kita meninggikan ketauhidan Allah. Maka masjid sepatutnya tempat yang paling bersih. But the crisis of the Muslim world now is that the mosque is the most dirtiest place. I say if you go to Singapore, I invite you to come to Singapore. I'm not praising my country. There are problems in my country. Like I said, people are killing themselves, whatever. But if you go to any mosque in Singapore, it is always clean. Why? Why it is clean? Why it is clean? Kerana apa? Fa'in lam tastahi fasna' ma syi'ta. Kalau kamu tak rasa malu, buatlah sesuka hatimu. Orang Cina di Singapura yang menjadi pemerintah, dia malu kalau masjid, dia malu dengan orang Islam, dia malu kalau masjid di Singapura kotor. Macam mana? Kenapa dia malu? Kenapa dia malu? Why are they ashamed that our mosque in Singapore is dirty? Why are they ashamed? Because they are the government. Because they want business. And if Muslims come to Singapore and say, "Ayah, masjidnya bau busuk," they will not come again, correct? Right? But if they come to Singapore from rich countries, Arab countries, and they went to the mosque, and the mosque is so clean, I'll come again, I'll put millions of dollars, and I will take care of, I will have my business in Singapore. You look at how the Chinese think? They are very, very smart. So can we clean the mosque? Tak boleh apa, tak bisa. Perlu tak kita bersihkan masjid kita? Perlukah pemerintah bersihkan masjid? Tak perlu. Kami di Singapura, siapa bina masjid? Kami bina masjid kami sendiri. Setiap bulan kami harus beri wang daripada gaji kami ke dalam satu fund untuk membina masjid kami sendiri di Singapura. Pemerintah tidak membina masjid untuk kami, hanya membantu membina masjid. Jadi saya ingin akhiri ini dengan kita harus tahu prioritas kita. Untuk kita menyatu padukan umat untuk menjaga cara kehidupan kita, Islamic social finance dan sebagainya, we must have the proper priority. If you don't get the basics right, we'll never get anything right. But if you get the basics right, everything will fall into place. Okay.
Thank you very much. Let's look close to Professor Khan. All right, okay, guys. Next, I'll help you please remain here. So the next is certificate and gift handover, and I invite Mr. Dean and Mr. Chairman to on the stage. Certificate will be delivered by Mr. Dr. Jamil. Oh, yeah. And also, I invite Professor Maya Panorma, please come on the stage. So, ini Pak Dekan. Oh, ini for Professor Heidi. Ini Okay. Okay, I also invite Mr. Muhammad Rusdi. Let's welcome on the stage. Okay, so the next certificate handover to Professor Maya Panorama is delivered by Mr. Chairman. Chandra, yeah, to Professor Maya Panorama. Professor Hedin, please come closer. Okay. Okay, and also give. So for Pak Rusdi.
Tantangannya cukup kompleks. Ulang dari awal ya. Yang pertama, kebijakan moneter. Yang kedua, kebijakan fiskal.
Okay, please remain on the stage. Please remain on the stage. So we take photo session with all committee. Please come the whole committee. Yeah. Ayo. Ya. Terima kasih. Ibu Listiawati. Boleh dong dipoto Bu, silakan. Ya. All right, everyone, please remain on your chair because we will continue our session with the next speaker is from India. Okay. Dr. West, the United States. Alexa, what? Dr. West.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Dr. Sufian ada. Ya. Kalau panitia
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Oke, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bisa berapa?
Yeah, I cannot hear quite well, but I hope my voice is clear.
Is yeah. It is a project in it's interesting too. And what it was about. It's so yeah. Ini penelitian. Mungkin saya pengen ini ujian film. Ujian bahasa itu nanya apa? Ya, iya ya. Anggota Zoom ini tuh tidak yang Zoom sama.
Coba tunjukkan.
Sampai.
Tidak, tadi sudah ada settingan mic. Aku masuk ya.
Assalamualaikum. Bagian masak di kamar pas. Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, now it's better. Waalaikumsalam. Now it's better than before.
Waalaikumsalam.
Mas Eris sudah. Kan, kalau tolong kalau belum menyimak Mas Eris, saya sudah kami ke
Ya. Yeah, but then I think because limitation of time, so I
if my voice is clear, I could start.
Right. Voice clear. Yeah. Can voice clear. Yeah. Please come back to the presentation. Halo, pendidik. Halo. Itu dari tadi. Oh, tidak. Tidak. Itu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Di nafas.
Yeah, but still not clear. Could I start? Just start?
Yeah, the first time in the presentation. It's so good.
Maybe share it from mine here.
Yeah.
Okay, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد خاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. Today I'm very happy to join Owen Raden Fatah Palembang, Sumatra Selatan, and thank you very much for the invitation. I hope to add something to the knowledge for the Faculty of Economics and Finance. I would like today to talk about something very important in Islam. That is the concept of صدقة أو مفهوم الصدقة في الإسلام.
Sudah diomong kemarin tuh sudah tidak akan salario masa kita.
Tadi kalau misalnya gamblang, Pak Eris terus dulu last time. Terus. Nah, yang menunggu siapa? Yang tengok dulu. Ini lah gitu.
Yang ini lebih.
Otak mana yang maksudnya kalau nak ini udah.
Ya sudah, yang itu gitu.
Is it clear my voice or? Could anyone write in Zoom? Just write a letter because the sound is not clear for me. And I think for the audience in Zoom, the sound is not clear.
Yeah.
Anonymous and some channels is not anonymous channel
I continue my presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I will start with that.
Thank you.
Okay, my voice is clear. Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I continue my speech about the sadaqah in Islam. We have two concepts in Islam. We have sadaqah and zakah. From financial point of view, most people focus on zakah more than sadaqah because zakat is obligation in Islam, but sadaqah is volunteering job. For Muslims, it's not an obligation. So here I would like to talk about sadaqah as a way to financing the Islamic community or the Islamic, let us say, Islamic countries in general. The contents of my presentation is about the sadaqah in the Quran and Sunnah, the differences between sadaqah and zakah, Muslim, or we say Baytul Mal al-Muslimin, Baytul Mal as a primary source of financing the community. Actually, Baytul Mal is not the central bank because some scholars and some people, they misuse the word Baytul Mal or the concept of Baytul Mal as representing the central bank of the government, but actually they are two different ways to see things. And then we have the charity projects or sadaqah projects. How the sadaqah projects financing our community. When we talk about the sadaqah in Islam, when we read the Quran, we find that the concept of sadaqah is more general than the concept of zakah. Sadaqah in Islam is very important. We see that in the whole Quran that the details for sadaqah, not for zakat. For example, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says always in the Quran that وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ. Always the zakah is connected with the salah. And this is in a specific context. But when we ask our scholars that how the zakat, to whom we should give the zakat, we go to the ayat of sadaqah. There is no ayah in the Quran talking about giving zakat to certain people. Rather, we have the ayah which says giving sadaqah to certain people. إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين عليها والمؤلفة قلوبهم وفي الرقاب والغارمين وفي سبيل الله وابن السبيل فريضة من الله والله عليم حكيم. This verse in Surah At-Tawbah that specifies exactly the sadaqah to whom we should give our sadaqat. So even translation, when we see in most translations, they translate the word sadaqah as a zakah. But in fact, there is huge difference between sadaqah and zakah. So the sadaqah is the essence of Muslim community. The Islamic community mostly, we have the poor people, we have the needy people, we have unemployed, we have those who are in captivity or slaves, or they have a debt they cannot pay for, and we have many missions in any Muslim community. So the sadaqah here comes to financing, to giving extra money to the community itself, not to certain people, specific people. When we go to the Sunnah, that we have the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, narrated by Abdullah ibn Umar ibn al-Khattab radiyallahu anhuma, when he says, "Bunya al-Islamu ala khams." Islam, we have 5 pillars in Islam: shahadatu an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, wa iqam as-salah, wa ita' az-zakah, wa hajj al-bayti wa sawmu Ramadan. So here we have paying zakah. Then we have another hadith that when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam sent Mu'ad ibn Jabal to al-Yaman, after they entered Islam and reciting the shahadatain, and then asked them for prayer, then فأخبرهم أن الله قد فرض عليهم صدقة تؤخذ من أغنيائهم فترد على فقرائهم. That tell them that Allah has made the payment of zakah or sadaqah obligatory upon them. It could be collected from the rich and distributed among the poor people. So this hadith is narrated by Sahih Muttafaqun alayh, but we can see here that the zakah is taken from rich people, and the poor people in the same community should benefit from this zakah or from this sadaqah. If you notice in this hadith that the Imam al-Bukhari and Muslim, when they narrated the hadith, there is the word صدقة in the hadith, not zakah again here. فأخبرهم أن الله قد فرض عليهم صدقة تؤخذ من أغنيائهم صدقة. So صدقة is not zakah, although the translators here and all the time they refer to صدقة as zakah in English, but it should stay just صدقة, not zakah. Then we have some differences between sadaqah and zakah. From the obligation point of view, that the zakah, the sadaqah is voluntary, it's not obligatory. There is no pressure for Muslims to pay. It's given at any time and in any amount. So there is a specific amount or share for the sadaqah. It's open. So here, that's why, because there is no obligation and there is no specific amount for amount and calculation, there is no fixed amount. Here in sadaqah, we can use it to finance the community more than zakah. People talk about zakah, but actually they should talk about sadaqah. Zakah, from the amount, it's 2.5% of the Muslim savings after 1 year.
Oh yeah.
So zakah, it's different from sadaqah from this point of view. Sometimes in many countries, many communities, there is it's not obligation, the zakah, because I don't have enough money. We call it the الحد الأدنى. There is no money for me, that amount, and it should stay with me for a year, and then after that I pay just 2.5. Very few. It's not an amount at all, actually. But if we compare it to the sadaqah, there is no limit for it. It could be 10%, it could be 20%, 50%, even 100%. It just depends on what the need of the community. So for those who receive the sadaqah, also it could be to anyone. But in zakah, we have just 8 categories. We pay zakah for them. And Also, the purpose and timing. So for time, it's 1 year, and the form of zakah. Here from the differences between sadaqah and zakah, we always, even here in Libya, we always encourage people to talk about sadaqah. Pay as much as you can, not just 2.5%, especially when we have crisis in the community, like natural disasters, like flood. We have a flood last year in one city in Libya. So if we just focus on the zakah, it will not be enough to save people there. But we focus on sadaqah. We say to people, make a sadaqah, not zakah. For Baytul Mal al-Muslimin, we noticed that the concept of Baytul Mal, or the concept of the central organization that manages the zakat and sadaqah in the community in modern state, it's not there. We don't have Baytul Mal al-Muslimin anymore. And the problem that we don't have Baytul Mal al-Muslimin raised in many countries who needs money, many communities who needs support. When the community needs support, we need a central body in central organization in Islamic countries. It's not related to one state. It's not the Indonesian central bank or Libyan central bank or Saudi central bank. It should be an international organization called Baytul Mal al-Muslimin. So people and countries, they invest in Baytul Mal al-Muslimin, and then again we go back in history when we have the Khilafah and Muslims were one state. At that time, they have Baytul Mal al-Muslimin. It has certain missions to do, like collecting and organizing resources, managing the zakah and sadaqah from rich places, rich locations to the needy communities. We have a problem like in some countries, some rich countries, there is no way to spend your zakah or sadaqah. It should be transferred to another country. Because Muslims, the needs of Muslims is different. Like in Indonesia, in some African countries, the Muslims need more sadaqah and more zakah because the number of population it's very huge, so they need more to spend on the poor people. One also mission for Baytul Mal al-Muslimin to finance the public and development projects and preparedness for crises and emergencies and supporting education and healthcare. This is very important to create a body like in some countries to support all Muslims. And then we have the challenges for the idea of sadaqah in Islam today. We have regulations and legal frameworks that we cannot transfer money from one country to another unless there is a law to regulate this. Transparency and governance. We have corruption in many places. Even people, when they donate sadaqah and zakah, it goes to the wrong location, and sustainability issues. It's not for a long duration, it's just for short period of time, and we have efficient fund distribution. We don't have this kind of management of Islamic finance. Opportunities nowadays, we have integration of technology, like in Indonesia, you have Lazimos application for collecting donations. this is one interesting idea to collect donations and zakat from people and give it to the needy. And we have diversified funding models, partnership, collaboration between countries and between communities, capacity building, and encouraging impact investment. The concluding remark here, we have that sadaqah in supporting the community, it's very flexible, volunteering, addressing diverse needs, sadaqah addressing diverse more than zakah, because everybody could have sadaqah, even animals, promotes sustainability, empowers the individuals, and focuses on transparency. We have some technological issues now become very important. The technology and applications in raising funds, encouraging strategic partnership, sustainable development, and reducing dependency, building a cohesive community. And thank you very much and for listening. And I hope if you have any questions, you can ask, inshallah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So just without curious to because we want speaking so might any start to the speaker. The first speaker is Mr. Eristan Bisino. Zoom. Eristan.
Iya. Ya dikasih masalahnya. Oh iya, offline ya.
Sorry, this is my turn.
Yeah.
Sorry, I cannot hear you clearly, but I think you can hear my voice clearly, right?
Yeah, okay.
So can I share my screen now?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I cannot hear you clearly, but can you see my screen now?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Sorry, because I cannot hear you clearly. Maybe I can take my time now to start my presentation. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for everyone, and good morning, really good morning from Hungary. This is still 7 o'clock in the morning. So I would like to thank Raden Fatah Palembang Islamic University for giving me the opportunity to participate in this conference. I feel very honored to be able to speak in front of scholars, academics, researchers in fields of relevant of the topic of this conference. I see some great people there, so it's really my honorable for participating in this conference. My name is Eristian. I am a PhD candidate from Doctoral School of Regional Policy and Economics at the University of Page in Hungary. I'm also an alumni of Marie Curie Research Fellow through the Police Project. This is the project Innovation Research Project financed by European Union in 2020 and 2023. Now I'm currently completing my dissertation here and conducting some independent research, for which I currently receive financial support from Hungarian government as well for my future research. And basically my research interests are in regional economics, regional policy, especially in innovation policy, technology policy, and I also doing some research in entrepreneurship in relation to regional or spatial planning and regional development. Before continuing with this presentation, I would like to mention that this is an ongoing research project in my work. I'm currently at the stage of analyzing, describing the result and drawing conclusion after trying out various variables that are widely used in the previous studies. And I'm also in the process of writing the manuscript of this paper to be submitted to the relevant journals. So even though some of my previous work was very much related to EU regional policy, the topic of financial inclusion, like this conference, was still quite new for me, but I tried to look at it from the point of view of my expertise, especially related to regional or spatial science and in relation to regional policy. And this is the outline of the presentation. I have quite a short time, so I hope I can provide some different insight from European financial perspective. In the next few minutes, we will start from some literature background, and then the design of the methodology, the result of the current study, and we will try to draw some implication from the result of analysis. Yes. Okay. So in the studies, I'm trying to explore the spatial characteristics of financial inclusion in the European Union and explore the factors that contribute to financial inclusion, where I'm focusing on two main contexts. The first one is socio-economic factors, which have been examined in several studies in different countries or in different contexts. However, I found a significant gap when talking about financial inclusion in relation to the quality of governance as the country regulator, which plays a significant role not only in the performance of financial institutions, but also the movement of people who are directly involved in financial activities. As said before by Mr. Mawafik, that some developing countries face the problem in the governance system like corruption, the bad regulation, or too strict regulation. And this is the factor in my research will be explored for this research project. I studied this as you can see in my slide. I started this study by exploring the underlying condition behind financial inclusion in general in different countries. So financial inclusion is defined as the utilization of the financial system by individuals or companies to boost economy, improve welfare, or address economic problems such as poverty or employment and inequality. and individuals, as we know, or companies utilize the existence of financial institutions such as banks or other financial institutions to save their money or their funds and use various bank facilities for daily activities, or use funds from banks for consumption needs or running their business. And many studies have shown how financial inclusion is aimed at improving the economy, and the relation between this point is very clear. But financial inclusion also requires good level of economy and proper condition of financial governance so that countries or people can really feel that they are included in the financial system. But in the other hand, financial inclusion also needs a driving factor. Stable economic condition will contribute to creating a stable financial system. Better social condition can increase people trust in financial institution and activities using financial institution services. But people's social condition will certainly different, right? Those who are more prosperous, more welfare, with high income, have a better chance of using financial services. But the lower middle class is different. The marginalized is different. And people with low social status may not have adequate access to financial institutions. But several government programs in various countries, like in Europe, even in developed countries or even in developing countries, have targeted various social strata of society so that every citizen, every people has equal opportunities to use various financial services. But what remains a gap is the importance of institutional and governance factors in influencing financial inclusion. The state has a role in maintaining financial stability, creating regulation that serve to control the running of the financial system. But governance factors such as quality of government, quality of regulation, control of corruption, public trust, these are the factors that are still rarely discussed in many literature. And this is one of the examples from the literature is from Eldomiati and others in 2020, which the paper published in International Journal of Development Issues. They use a World Governance Indicator, or WGI, from various dimensions and link this indicator to financial inclusion indicators from Global Financial Index on several financial dimensions, such as how many people savings in bank, how many people use the services like loans or using a debit card or using credit card. But this financial dimension use only one dimension, which is the usage dimension. And also this study consider all countries around the world, but they only categorize the countries into geographical groups, like the formulation of, or the estimation only state about countries like European countries, Central Asian countries, what is the effect, WGI in Asian countries, or even in Middle East or North Africa or South or another part of Africa. But this study, from this study, we may be somewhat limited if we want to look at financial inclusion performance at the real country level. So not in the whole region level, but also in country level. So this is not did not provide from this paper or this study and then from another study by Kim and others in 2020, which published in Singapore Economic Review. Kim and friends has calculated global financial inclusion and presented country level financial inclusion index, which they call FII. And in their study, financial inclusion is defined as a multidimensional element. So not only on those who use formal financial service, or we call usage or users, but also this index or this financial index considering the availability of financial facilities such as ATM, how many ATMs in the country, how many bank branches in the country, and also they consider the penetration of people to financial services, such as how many people have conventional account in bank and how many people use mobile account for their financial activities. And in this study, Kim and friends estimated the effect of several socioeconomic variables, such as gender, education, that affect financial inclusion in the world. And they also mentioned that there are significant differences between Islamic and non-Islamic countries in terms of global financial inclusion. One thing and one important thing from this paper, we can find this paper as well and read all the information. It's very useful for Islamic context, that Kim and friends told that certain case based on Muslim beliefs, the measurement of financial inclusion index may need to be treated in special ways. So when we talk about global financial inclusion, maybe it will be slightly different when we talk financial inclusion in Islamic context. But this paper does not consider the effect of governance quality on the financial inclusion. So there is still gap in the literature which didn't explore the effect of the governance to the financial inclusion. So from this gap, I will argue that considering multidimensional financial inclusion will be a better way of looking at the country's financial inclusion than considering only one dimension like previous studies. But referring to the study from the first paper, I utilized the same governance issue using the World Governance Index and combining it with the multidimensional FII index as done by the second paper by Kim and friends, 2020. And also considering that most countries in Europe are members of the European Union, various state or various countries' policy refer to regional policy formulated by the European Union. And the geographical condition of Europe are ideal for conducting spatial analysis. So I consider two main questions in this paper. The first one, we will explore the spatial distribution of financial inclusion in the EU, and we will estimate the effect of governance factor or governance indicators and socio-economic factors on financial inclusion in the European Union context. And for the methodological part, I take the data from three main sources. The first is the index taken from the study by Kim 2020, sorry, that not 2018. From the European statistic or Eurostat and also the World Bank. So the value of the index totally adopted from the FII index in Kim's study, which used comprehensive or multi-dimensional approach, and so many governance indicator in WGI index in World Bank indicator, but in this case, I only use some indicators, and the study, the index FII values for 152 countries worldwide and ranks all the countries, but European Union have 27 countries, but the study does not provide index for Romania, so we can only find 26 countries in that index. But because I also consider the special analysis, consider about the presence of neighboring countries will affect the spatial weight. Three countries that are not neighbor, so there are three countries separate from European land or European countries, Cyprus, Ireland, and Malta. So I exclude these three countries from the analysis. At the end, I only use 23 European countries or EU 23, which you can see from the right table. That's 1 until 23 rank of the Financial Inclusion Index is taken from the study. So the KIM studies use the data from 2014. So
Wandang BPW dari Tahu sekira kalau kita orang mahasiswa lagi gini di PP.
Sorry, I heard some noisy. Okay, I will continue. So I use the year, the same year for my study, and this is the variable I use for the study. So for the governance dimension, I use 3 variables. The first variable is control of corruption, denoted by CONRUP, which measure public perception of the extent to which public resources are used for private gain. You know about corruption. I think you really know about the corruption. And the other variable is regulatory quality, which reflects the public perception of the government's ability to develop and implement regulation or policies that support the role of the private sector, including the financial industry or banks. And the third variable is political stability, which assess the likelihood that country will experience politically motivated instability. So this is the different perspective of stability. So not the stability of the country, but the potential of politically motivated instability or violence, include terrorism. And in the other beside the governance dimension, I also use the income variable, the national income per capita taken from World Bank, and the tertiary education or higher education. And also I try to explore not about employment, but this is about unemployment. We will explore something different for unemployment in European Union. And I use the analytical techniques, which is spatial econometric, using the GEODA software, and I transform the data. The first step is we will present the spatial distribution of FII across countries, and we will measure the impact of the independent variables on dependent variables. And this is the basic question. The first step, we will try the classical OLS regression in the GEODA or in the application, and we will choose which spatial model will best fit for the model beside OLS equation. And this is the map of the European Union. So you can see from the dark blue is the member of European Union. UK is the Brexit, and also Norway is not European Union member, but both countries is affiliated or really close with this European Union. So European Union have 27 countries. 27 countries. And I only consider only 23 countries. And this is the first result from our estimation. So we grouping the data, the FII data, become three natural breaks. The first break, these figures show the geographical distribution of FII across 23 countries. And the first group is the highest FII or highest inclusion, financial inclusion. We have Luxembourg and sorry, is any technical correction? Okay, I will continue. So we have highest country in terms of financial inclusion. We have Luxembourg, small countries with strong financial system. We have Portugal, which is a huge country in Europe, and we have relatively small countries like Portugal. So these three countries is grouping in the highest financial inclusion in Europe. And the second one is middle group. The middle group includes 14 countries with FII scores between 0.69 to 0.79. This group consists of 4 countries in Western Europe and 1 country in Central Europe, which is Austria. We have also southern countries, southeastern countries, and Scandinavia, you know, Finland or Sweden, but Norway is not included in this study. And the last one, we have Baltic countries, which are only Estonia and Latvia become in this group. And the last, the lower group is the light brown. The light brown is there is this category is dominated by Central and Eastern Europe, countries like Czech Republic, Poland, Bulgaria, Slovakia, and also Hungary. So as you can see from the table, that Hungary is in the lowest rank of FII in the European Union countries in our study. So from the other analysis, this is the spatial distribution of FII performance in the EU reveals that the presence of spatial patterns. So as you can see, the analysis based on this result, there is an indication of clustering of FII performance. Therefore, in EU countries with this modern I is 0.56, and it is significant in 1% alpha. So it means that the positive of Moran's I indicates that the performance of financial inclusion in European tends to cluster rather than disperse. And the p-value less than 0.05 indicates at the significant spatial correlation between FII variables within these countries. And this implies that FII in a country might be influenced by FII in its neighbor or other unknown factors. So this is the way how we can analyze how the performance of FII between countries. And from this clustering map, you can see the bold red represent the countries belonging the high clustering of financial inclusion. As you can see from the first map, that Spain, Portugal, France, and Belgium is included in this category. The red areas means that this country have high financial inclusion, and another country beside or neighboring this country also have the same pattern of financial inclusion. And in contrast, you can see from the blue countries, which is Poland and Slovakia, represent countries in the low group. So it means that these countries have a low financial inclusion, but their neighboring countries also the same pattern of financial inclusion. Okay, this is the summary of OLS regression or estimation. This is the classical regression. So we can see only two variables like control of corruption and income, which affect the financial inclusion in Europe. And from this first regression, only 69% of the model can explain the variable of FII. And from the previous map, we see that there is spatial dependence between variables in EU countries. So we try to regress another step, which is spatial-like models, to estimate the effect of independent variables to FII variables. So from this table, this is the summary of spatial-like model estimation. As you can see, all the variables from the governance indicator and also the socioeconomic factors significantly affect the financial inclusion in the European Union. And the first important things that we have new variables, which is in the first line, WFII. This is we call it row. It means that the financial inclusion in one country can be affected from the neighboring countries as amount of 36%. So this is the new variable or the new parameter from this estimation model. And we also can see that the R square or become higher. The previous estimation only explained 69% of the model, but this model can explain 84% of the model. And the result fairly best fit model if we compare from the previous OLS model. I cannot further discuss about the result, but I try to convey the what we call the implication of the study. The first one, regarding the estimation result of the governance dimension and socioeconomic factors in the EU, all the variables we decide from the first process is significant, but with different significance level. And the estimation model that consider the spatial-like model is the best model to estimate about financial inclusion in European Union. And FII in European Union countries is partially influenced by FII in neighboring countries. From the same case, we can also imagine that like in the Indonesia, for example, like in Sumatera Selatan, some variables can affect from the other variables. Especially, for example, one variable in Sumatera Selatan can be affected at the same variable from Bengkulu or from Jambi. So this is the same case. Like Spain is neighboring countries with Portugal or neighboring countries with France. So there is a connection or there is partial dependence.
Time is over.
Sorry, Mr.
And then about the control corruption, the first variable we use from the governance indicator is control corruption can increase public trust in government, including financial institution. And the next one, we have to consider, or we have to warning about the regulatory quality. The regulation is very good for financial institution, but too strict regulation has the potential to reduce the inclusiveness, especially for the financial institution or small institution that use banking services. And the third one, we talk about the effect of political stability.
I'm sorry. Time is
Yes,
up,
yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, this is the last one. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think this is the last one. This is the conclusion of the paper. So I'm finished for the presentation.
Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm still so. First. Right.
Sorry, I cannot hear your voice, but this is the I can close my presentation that I have my email here, and I also have my contact. Because the time is limit, I also have to leave this meeting because I have to go to campus now, and I have to take my son to the school. So I'm really sorry for inconvenience, because I thought that we will start in 11:30, but we will late for the moment. So thank you very much for your attention. I welcome your comments for or suggestion for the other communication. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Einstein. Yeah. Okay. Zoom yang informatika. Ya, oke adik-adik. Jadi semangat ya. Pasti ya. Kita ada makan siang ya, yang masih tetap di sini ada makan siang. Ya, santai ya. Kita ada satu pembicara ini sebenarnya, Muhammad Rosdi. Ya, beliau akan mempresentasikan. Ini tolong di dulu, ini masuk nih. Ya. Ya. Ini khususnya untuk anak-anak manajemen zakat wakaf ini.
Lagi ke Walid loh, Mi. Walid, kondisi baru nama.
Admin tolonglah, admin. Okay. I would like to is Dr. Muhammad Rusdi. As you know, the is second phase the Faculty of Islamic Economic and Business. So, and the subject committee, Mr. Muhammad Rusdi will present material. I will separate this is for us for the student of Islamic Economic, Faculty of Islamic Economic and Business. So, states. Perkenalkan saya di bahasa Indonesia. Still morning, afternoon. Afternoon, 12 p.m. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have everyone and we here for the opportunity to speak to you all. I want to talk about what we said when we zakat gitu. So begin our discussion about the structure as follows. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. The discussion is as follows. Subsequent to this introduction, section 2. Existing hypothesis section 3. Conclusion indication computer study. Okay, I'll start from introduction. Next slide. As we all know, Indonesia primary Muslim zakat as I to practical to solve solution to the unemployment. The Islamic, the Islamic Muslim IDB reported that Indonesia is able to obtain zakat on
Breakout. Apa sih itu
Lanjut Pak, lanjut.
Paham seperti Indonesia dan poin tertentu Indonesia Rafia. Percent of the maximum can be collected nationally. Itu seperti from Basnas. Tadi pun laporan dari Basnas mengatakan pembangunan Islam itu melaporkan bahwa Islam pensi sebesar 17, tetapi faktanya hanya 10 atau termaklum saja yang bisa dikumpulkan. Well, jadi zakat collection is not limited to potential but actually could be collected and recently collected, indicating that the annual performance is not yet clear. Jadi banyak kalau pada sampai dan salah satunya adalah dibanding Quran zakat institusi because zakat organisasi jadi dampak. Tapi kalau zakat itu akan persepsi masyarakat itu terhadap institusi zakat itu dibuat. Next. According to the zakat all, organization is one element that is not started to execution of organizational duties. But effectiveness of organizations are significantly increased with efficiency of its functioning. Therefore, the ability of Islam to perform a splendid work within how effective the organization is. Ready, Elizabeth bahwa kinerja sebuah organisasi itu merupakan elemen yang sangat penting dan itu tidak terpisahkan dari pelaksanaan atau kewajiban sebuah organisasi. Efektivitas organisasi itu bergantung kepada staf atau anggota-anggota yang ada di dalam organisasi. Oleh karena itu kemampuan para anggota terutama spesial zakat performance itu sangat penting. Even though a number of variables that affect an individual performance have been documented in a ring of settings such as
business, public organization, educational institution, manufacturing firm. Few research model currently address this issue from the viewpoint of amil zakat. Meskipun sejumlah variabel yang tadi punya dampak terhadap kinerja karyawan, ya, terutama banyak penelitian itu dilakukan berbagai setting, terutama di bidang bisnis, organisasi publik, institusi pendidikan maupun perusahaan manufaktur. Tapi sangat sedikit sekali model yang ditujukan untuk kinerja amil zakat. In order to better understanding how internal and external factor impact employee performance among amil zakat, this paper and propose a research model. Jadi tujuan studi ini adalah mengusulkan sebuah model yang mengidentifikasi berbagai variabel untuk mempengaruhi kinerja dari amil zakat. Next slide. Literature review and proposition. Saya kira ini mungkin teman-teman sudah tahu semua, berbicara about work performance. Performance at work refers to amount and quality of task completed by employee to meet their assigned duties. Jadi bicara tentang kinerja itu merujuk kepada sejumlah kualitas dari tugas-tugas yang bisa dilaksanakan oleh seseorang karyawan. According to Al-Mahrizi and Singh, ya, menurut dia, performance is the result or level accomplishment of individual or group during a given time period in doing tasks in relation to several options, such as work standard, targets, or established criteria that have been mutually agreed upon. Jadi, menurut Al-Mahrizi and Singh ini mengatakan bahwa performance itu berkaitan dengan standar kerja, target-target. Jadi kalau dalam konteks Islamic Social Financing Institution, bahwa amil itu punya berbagai macam target-target terkait dengan collective fund, pengumpulan dana zakat. An amil zakat is individual designated by the leader of the area to gather zakat and allocate to recipient who qualify under Sharia law mustahik within organization of Islamic social finance, such as Basnas and LAS. Amil zakat can be performed by individual, group, or organization. Jadi amil zakat itu bisa unit analisisnya individu, kelompok, atau organisasi. In the study, saya dalam studi ini fokus kepada analisis individu. Next slide. Singkat saja ya. Singkat saja. Next slide. Model riset, langsung saja model riset. Model riset. Terus lagi. Model riset. Oke. Based on review literature. Any factor influence employee performance. First, internal factor, training, work motivation. External factor, trust institution, social media, influence employee performance. Next, conclusion, implication, and future research. The objective of this paper was to propose a research framework for the factor influencing the performance of amil zakat. Jadi, dalam studi ini saya mengusulkan sebuah model yang nanti untuk selanjutnya bisa diuji secara empirik menggunakan pendekatan kuantitatif. Ya. Jadi ada beberapa faktor, tadi saya sebutkan ada faktor internal. Ya, internal tadi saya mengatakan bahwa faktor internalnya adalah work motivation, ya, motivation. Mana riset model Mbak? Riset model. Training, jadi pelatihan ya. Training can impact improve performance. Artinya semakin baik pelatihan yang diterima oleh amil zakat,
itu akan semakin meningkatkan performa mereka. Begitu juga motivasi kerja, kalau semakin tinggi motivasi karyawan atau seorang amil zakat akan meningkatkan kinerja mereka. Sementara whereas ya external factor trust institution artinya persepsi masyarakat kepada lembaga zakat, kepercayaannya semakin tinggi akan semakin meningkatkan employee performance. Sosial media, terutama saat ini peran dari teknologi itu sangat penting untuk bisa mengkomunikasikan terkait ide-ide ke para masyarakat. Oke, next, terakhir tadi. Jadi dalam kesempatan ini saya hanya mengusulkan semua model. For future research bisa diuji secara empiris. Thank you so much for your attention. I am. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Terima kasih. Aku banget lagi. Ini terkait Islamic social finance, ujian sosial Islam, kalian bisa pakai metode uji itu pakai batas saya. Kita ikhlas ini kita bisa dapat Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hmm.